Greetings. I don't know why my screen went blank though on your end. There it is again. Okay. Good to be back uh, to talk more about Tiando and all the ramifications of everything that we're observing. That coming down the pike faster and faster it seems, and then it goes spurts of slowing down, and maybe for some people it doesn't slow down. Well, usually because of things outside our control, which is most of reality. And yet what's being proposed is that the reality is that humans can do anything to change the course of the planet except for drilling into it and extracting stuff and blowing stuff up and polluting the water and air. But anyway, so I mean they can change that. They can change the pollution, and yet they talk about doing it, but then there's a value to it that the next level can make from it, from the deceit of that. Although some people actually believe it. Okay, so even in probably I don't know if in high offices if they believe that humans are bringing on the climate change. If any of them have anything to do with the Bible, they know that it talks about this kind of thing happening, and that it wasn't supposed to happen by way of floods this time. So it's just the opposite of what they're saying. The sea rise is what's going to do us in. They're saying the opposite of what came down through the record books. 'Cause that's what they are. They're records. And we can call them ancient because they're thousands of years away, but thousands of years is a blip to the people that created the earth and all its life forms. And creation isn't, maybe this is obvious to everybody, I don't know. I can imagine, everybody's at different places at different times, and anyway, but well, it's an evolutionary step above human is what Tiando referred to as, they said it was physical, they said it was many-membered, many, not many members, no, just many members. Actually, they said in the thousands, which sounded odd to me at the time. They didn't say how many thousands, that I recall. And that the seed of humanity, the mind of humanity, is groomed. It's groomed by the different forces that are invisible to our vehicles, largely. Even though they can be visible to us at times, but we don't have a place for it. And so we don't know what it was. It was a shimmer. You thought something moved out of the corner of your eye. That's the kind of experiences I had in the classroom when Tiendo first taught that we were actually putting into motion body changes. And I thought of it as, okay, I thought of it as physical. And then I recognized that it was mental because you were also developing what T called a muscle. So the muscle of the mind, or a mind muscle. I don't know if she ever used those words together like that in one. She just called it a muscle. And that I recall. And how and if it's not exercise, it doesn't put out frequency. I guess maybe a way to look at it. That's more related to next level frequencies, which basically means to us the truth of what we are, where we came from, and where we can potentially be going to by our choices. And our choice, and the object is to make our eye single-minded. And then that doesn't mean that happens and there's nothing else on your mind. You don't think about anything else. I mean, I can imagine how it could sound like that. Because it's a process, becoming single-minded. And you can become single-minded with intention first, of course, I think. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe other people would share things with me that showed me how what I was saying was not the most common sense. Like Tiendo always said, well, not always said, they said, but it was, I think, said a couple times. Well, it said a lot of things, of course, but I kind of lost where I was going there. Let me see if I can get it back. You know what? I don't think I need to get it back right now. I can't leave it with that. Okay, so oh well, I don't know. I'm a rambler. George Hope, hello. So my headline here is, of course, Gorbachev, Reagan, Star Wars, Space Force, War against Tila, and I just realized I spelled that wrong, but I don't care. I'm getting old, Anyway, so if there's anything on your mind, George, I'd be glad to hear what's on your mind, and I might comment on it. It depends on what it is, or whatever. I like to interface with the chat room. If you're new to this live stream, But I get distracted by describing things that anyway, so I go off and, for periods of time, and sometimes I miss that the screen went blank for a few minutes. Because I'm looking down while I'm talking. It's not like channeling. Well, I don't know what channeling is like. Well, I can imagine what it's like, because in a sense we are all kind of channeling, I believe, the spirit world of discarnates. Living frequency-based entities. Like software rides on a certain current and particle matter. I believe that you can have the same kind of relationships and more with where the designers of this intelligently put together reality can do. I think about that as I'm saying it, so I'm like feeling it, and I'm not getting off on it. Okay, it doesn't. It wasn't like having a. What kind of moment is it? Oh, brother. Okay, well, I can be a jerk too, so I know that. I see it more when I go out and play music and I smoke weed before I go out, or when on the way or whatever. And things I say I wouldn't want to be with me. Not that I'm looking for somebody to be with me, but so I basically stick to music. No, I mean, I like people. I feel like I can relate with people, but then I might be eluding myself, right, or deluding myself. The analysis of self is always going to be wrong, probably, if you don't have the overview. Degrees of accuracy, according to the way that the overview is provided to us, and it's provided to everybody. But we have to work for it. And I'm not talking about that I'm any more ahead of anybody else in that department, because nobody knows who else, what they've been through, and where they came from. And we're talking about spirit, body, the flesh, the genetics, the environmental mind, as a result of that growing up, and interaction with society and our choices of what we make, what we become, and then it's the third form of the the genetic code, the genetic heritage, the environmental influence, and the third eye just happens to be third, I guess. Wow, is the source of everything. Which is the evolutionary level above human, the physical, many-membered, evolutionary, but not like Darwinian, but like the way that the mineral kingdom, and then there's the plant kingdom, and then there's the animal kingdom, biological kingdom levels of life. And then there's the human kingdom, of course. And that's not the end of kingdom level changes that exists in the universe. That we are being groomed, all of us, to choose whether we like it for some reason more than we do doing nothing about it would entail. In other words, we always have to do something about it when we are working in relationship to growing closer to the source from the individuals, the true extraterrestrials they're extraterrestrial because they aren't restricted to a planet, where the space aliens are restricted to the Earth, according to Tiendo, and I believe that 100%. Which gets me into the subject of faith, right? Someone was talking about it the other day, and that's one of the things that Doe had me read in the Beyond Human series of the session 1, which was a part of something that Paul said. The definition of faith was the evidence of things unseen. So that's like, there's a lot of things that are evidence to us that are unseen except by pictures, right? And we trust those pictures to be true. And so, but theoretically, someone could make a case for that's all been orchestrated, and certain big parts of it don't exist at all. That's the way generally a lot of people feel towards. Well, I'm not going to get into how a lot of people feel about things like that, but we choose our poison, basically. Okay, and it's not a negative unless we allow that poison to take us over. And what's poison is anything that's not real and true. And because information that can try to pull us into remaining unevolved mammals always wants to grab onto. It's like its roots. The ground doesn't want to let their roots go. It's not like they're making that decision, just the way they're designed to be, that they're a heavier element. And so, I'm just putting it into, kind of a, well, actually a more real way, I believe, of thinking about it. That's part of the design of how the previous level can pull us away from making the biggest leaps and bounds we can make. And the way that's accomplished now, I believe, is a lot of ways throughout the human kingdom, because it's all in degrees with people in their lives. And so when the lessons are coming and what kind of lessons they are and how to deal with it and and seeking answers, and anyway, that's what determines. It ends up adding up to what we become. We become what we believe. And so Doe, I believe, said in USA Today information and advertisement. It wasn't really an advertisement, but in order to publish something that was all words, Doe bought a third of the page and squeezed this like 6-point type in there. maybe it was bigger than 6-point. Maybe it was less than actually than 6-point. Which for a newspaper is small. Anyway, now I got off the track of where I was going, and that's probably good because there's other things I wanted to actually talk about and share with folks. Yeah, it's a huge subject. It's the well, it's because of the. You see, I should have had that exact verse there. I mean, that exact. Where it was quoted. I didn't take that. Did I take that picture? Let me see. I'm thinking out loud here. I know. I guess I'm revealing my lack of focus at this moment. All right. Sorry, I'm having a moment. But so T was quoted in an article to have said something to the effect of when they were talking about the two witnesses were supposed to be killed and then rise up into heaven, rise up and not be harmed for 3.5 days, and then rise up into heaven after that. So and that's what happened on two different levels. When they were subdued the first time, what I'm calling it subdued because it's in Revelation 11. Let me go to it. I don't need to use the records, but I mean, maybe others can look it up if they want. I'm not trying to make this into a Bible study because the records are beautiful. They are like gold, better than that, diamonds, all of them, everything. But anyway, so no, they're not everything. No, not at all. The records. I shouldn't have said that. and so what T said to that, when she was asked if people would see their spirits go off into the clouds, and T responded, "No, you will see them get on a spacecraft." Enter a spacecraft was her words, I believe. Um, and did that happen? Well, yes, it did in a sense. I mean, you can look at it, but you have to look at it abstractly a little bit, because the spacecraft was the Hale-Bopp comet. That's what Doe said. That was what he had been waiting for. That he and T were waiting for, and looking for the signs of when and where they would come. See, so T and Doe were constantly evolving, growing into what the task was entailing, especially that first year or so, or maybe no less than that. I don't know. Doe didn't give us the timeline of when he described some of the problems he had with T. I mean, not problems with him looking at T in a certain way, but because he said that his older member, T, one time sat on the curb of the street and put her head in her hands. That's the way I remember it. Maybe I got some of that wrong. And said, I'm not taking another step from here. And I guess that was a real learning moment for Doe, who hadn't become a Bo yet. So what they always said was that change was the name of the game, and flexibility and choice, of course, and making the choice to walk, thinking about the sound of your steps makes. The carbon footprint, you got the sound footprint. A little bit of an itchy nose. Anyway, yeah, I'm a basket case in some ways. I know that. I mean, some people believe that because I believe in all this stuff. But the next level gave me all kinds of evidence of it. But not that young, not yet that young, and so it's like, but I'm talking about me, and it's not going to do you any value, except where it can. So let's see. So let me get back to what I wanted to talk about. I'm getting distracted about and rambling on into stupid things. I'm just going to read the list of my notes. Demonstration didn't happen, but still might. That was their attitude. So when and that's documented actually in the UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, I believe, where they talked about, to Brad Steiger, I believe, that they used the term, if the demonstration happens at that point. And that was after they said that the demonstration was, the killing in the streets was by the hands of the media, which did go against them and made them into evil cult members, cult leaders, taking people away from their families, which they were doing, but they weren't evil. Not at all. I was, trying to that's my opinion anyway. But because what they did is when they came out of that Las Vegas hotel room where they had spent about 3 days, they said it as 3 days, I believe, and felt like the mission was dead and that nobody would take them seriously anymore. It took them a little bit to realize that nobody was already taking them seriously. And so, it shows you how they were growing the whole time they were doing the task, because that's the nature of the next level, that every task you do, you're wanting to do it the way your older member does, but your older member doesn't give you that much to go on in a way that we think of as well, they do. We know they do give us their minds, but it's different, I guess, when you're in the next level, and I'm not exactly sure how that works. But they did say that older members, you could have tasks for other older members, and that you would recognize the older members, that there was something different about them. And that's something that that you recognized was a kingdom level above you in their experience. Experience is, I believe, what Doe said the measure was of anybody. So that's the doing. That's the being. And that's why what's required is the giving of us to them, to become putty in their hands, want to be a puppet because of recognizing how great the next level, the kingdom of God, the true kingdom of God, not the religious kingdom of God necessarily. Because that's been rendered an illusion of 3 members, and then the angels are like, I don't know about them, what they do, but there's only 4 of them. But well, it's because of the distortion and the dilution of what was real. Like I was talking about before, how the more we can gravitate to what's most real, the better off we are. And that goes with, it's also the positive side of the pole. Because the next level would never want anything for us that we don't want. But they give us the opportunities to learn that the things that we ask for that are human-related desires, to learn that those things aren't ultimately what we're looking for. And so we try different things. So it becomes a search that we all make. And of course, along the way, we have families, and basically our time is spent, round the clock on that. And, and then we multitask, and of course grow and have experiences. Anyway, but so it's all a cultivation of mind, a cultivation of mind. Spirit is synonymous with mind, according to Tiendo. So, those that want to work to become like a prospective candidate to become a crew member on a spacecraft, in labs of all kinds. They make application by checking out and then deciding whether it makes sense to us or not. And not that it's cut and dry, and some things are going to make sense and other things are not. But that's what we all need to go through, and it's our desire to sort through those things that don't make sense to us at first, and some of them might not make sense because we misunderstood what it was, and other times it'll mean that we just haven't thought that way before about it, and that's what comes with all Tiendo's information. And maybe other ways of degrees of being on and off to something, right? But to make Dai single, as the objective that, so it's the process that is the metamorphosis that Tiendo taught. The process of separating from the world and then doing the work of spreading the information. That process ends up changing everything about us, potentially. But it all can happen in degrees that separation takes place, and it can take years. It could take, it's not for us to judge who is going through what, because you never know when somebody can awaken from behaviors that just weren't positive for them or for others. Because they promoted different forms of disease, and you have mental disease and you have physical, disease, right? And how, and the stress of it, as it gets heated up more and more, sends more people to looking for substances to help them just feel something, like, or just to not feel something, of course, can be either way, but to be distracted, to be to just let it out, to blow off steam is even, or like energy off the top. That might not be the right application for that. I'll explain what energy off the top meant in Tiendo's classroom was that we knew from the beginning that it was a celibate trip, in other words, and I learned early on that included celibate of mind, but it wasn't, I think, until we were living in houses that they actually said you have to be celibate. They didn't talk in terms of celibacy. You have to stop the thoughts of sensuality. And that had to do with, ties to loved ones in the world. So the idea that they weren't given choices is so outright false. It's ridiculous. It's not even considerable, because it was facing everybody was being faced with their own idiosyncrasies, and that's what T and Do called them. When it was like, I don't like the way that person always, rubs it, scratches his nose. Is that a way of the next level? And I don't know if we had that exact one. I don't think we did, but I can think of, maybe I can think of some, but the equivalent of that, T and Do would call idiosyncrasy. And there's nothing wrong with examining our idiosyncrasies and changing them to not have them, as a discipline. It was a discipline that was being done, and but it was self-discipline. And the reason it was self is because every step of the way you were being challenged, and depending on the things that challenged you and the things that didn't was is not measurable among people. So what can be challenging to one person isn't challenging to somebody else, but that doesn't mean that either one of them are better than the other for not being challenged by something, the same thing. Is that a way to look at it? Anyway, but there's a number of paths to the top of the mountain. And so all human opportunities become things that we can be on and off to, making our choices. I'll give you an example, like choosing to be deceitful about something to get what somebody wants. And now with the government, I think that's okay. I'm not approving that. No, I shouldn't say that. I'm wrong about that. Because I need to agree with my adversary when I'm in the way with them. Play by the rules always. And got off the track there. What's in the chat room going on there? Kathy Southwestern, hello. DJ Taconic, hello. Good evening. Yeah, I was trying to go through. I don't know when you joined us. I've been looking down again. I'm looking up now, though. If you got anything to say, I'll try to pay attention, or I can get on to this thing, this this thing that came up on the Facebook page that was talking about T and what she said about see them enter the craft, that you would see them enter the craft as opposed to seeing some kind of spirit form, going into the cloud, or see their raised bodies. I mean, their raised bodies going into the clouds. And so it wasn't going to be like the way that Jesus depicted it, right? Even though they said right along the whole time that this was a repeat performance. But the next level doesn't necessarily repeat things. The performance has many different aspects to it, because it's always appropriate to what's happening in the human kingdom. So anyway, what I said to that the demonstration didn't happen, but still might, is what they said in I believe in the book UFO Missionary Extraordinary, in so many words, when giving an interview to Brad Steiger. But I had to fact check that, actually. If anybody has access to that book and comes up with it, remind me of it, please. But so it's not like they, and then after that they told us that we needed to give them our will. So I'm contending that they were testing us, but they were only fed one test at a time, and they were trying to stick to the criteria that they actually developed on the spacecraft before they came, in order to go for the maximum yield of members of the next level from their creation, the planet that they designed, and experiential design, and the life forms on it. That was also part of that design. Because there's other planets that have different kinds of life forms on them, and they can be as intelligent as we think we are, and yet they could have no war. People would learn to work together for each other's mutual benefit. Instead of this, the Earth can't be that way unless it's wiped out, according to Tiendo, because they provided the Earth with a strong negative against Tiendo's reality, because they thought they could compete with their older member. They didn't stand a chance. They were so far down the rungs in the ladder in their limited service in the next level. Their task was to be an observer, the watcher. And the reason why I believe that is not because Tiendo said it, but because Tiendo taught us by doing that the way laboratories are set up in the next level, new members that are coming into those laboratories, they have to observe for a period of time. And so when we had that circumstance to where we had some new membership in 1993, mostly return members, all returning members, then before they could join the Nutrilab crew, the nutrition lab crew, which was they would just stand there, sit and observe. And I think they stood. I don't know if that was instructed, actually. This might not have been, well, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know which way. See, I can see that can be made into a ritual, right? But I mean, when individuals talk about um, the classroom, it wasn't so. I mean, it was. Yes, our time was filled, and we do need help getting things out of our attention. And I think meditation can be good for that. And I'd use the Tea and Do meditations that are in the materials, in the Heaven's Gate book. Well, no, Heaven's Gate book doesn't have that. But in the documents that I send people in packets, a subdirectory of the zip file. I don't know. I'm not clear of what I did there in the names of the files. Um, it's look upable anyway. Okay, I'm going to look at the chat room here. Jay Pollock, good evening, and thank you. I must admit I was happy about it, and especially because I found out that there was some plan afoot that unless you had 1,000 subscribers, you might not be able to get as much ability to live stream and do other things. I don't know what other things you can do, but I'm just fine the way it is. I want to keep it this way as long as possible. In a sense, for that reason, I'm not like in a hurry to, try to find ways to tap into bigger networks of people. Although I've had some thoughts about it. Anyway, but I'm not. I'm just going to think about that for a while to see if it's something that T and Do might have me do with music. But just providing for opportunities to hear more about T and Do's reality through I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really thought about exactly how that might come about because I know I don't. I'm just going to leave it at that. Let's see here. So Kathy Southwestern says, I was talking with someone online. We were discussing gravity. It made me think that gravity is here to keep us on this planet. Jail. Yes, that's right. We're in the jail. It's true. I mean, we're in the part of the jail that is going to determine whether we get executed or not. It's not based on whether, we can be of value to the next level. And people don't like to think that because they want to think that, they think that that's not being worth something to talk about it that way. And it's not. I mean, if we couldn't handle it, we wouldn't be in the jail and be talking about it this way. So it's a positive that we have that jail experience, so that we can. Well, I guess that's pretty obvious. So I mean, so that we can grow from it. We can grow the mind muscle of choosing what not to entertain in our heads, and then what not to do in the world. Getting into substances or whatever. To try to quell our, which I'm not against. I do to some degree, and but I'm not the example anyway. T and O are the example, and that's conquering all our human behaviors and ways, and but not feeling like if we can't do it all, then we can't do it all. We might as well not try. We might as well not try. Because that's another trick that can be played on us. Well, I've been fighting this for so long, and I'm still doing it. I'm still fighting it, and now we can, if we have enough strength to ask for help, then that's the best way to fight it, and then see what kind of help comes, and then choosing whether to take advantage of that help ongoing or not. I'm not saying what the help will be, because for everybody it can be different. I mean, but it's going to be something positive. It's not going to be anything that hurts you or anybody else in any way, your vehicle or your mind. It'll challenge your mind. It can challenge your mind, and it must actually challenge your mind, and that's what stimulates the thirst to know whether it's true or not. And that quest for the truth then can have us on a thread in that department. And that can happen in any department. That people do that in science, because they're all tapping into all the spirits that had experience in their field and what they learned potentially. So they can have ideas on trying different things. Now, space aliens know how to use that. And so, according to Doe, they beam thoughts down upon us. So in that way, that they keep everybody propagating, and the next level is, not mad about that. That's the way it's designed to be. They're 100% for that, doing that, because then they can help us get out of those human behaviors, those mammalian behaviors. And it always takes, whatever it is, the connections that we feel to others. I'm not talking about cutting off connections with people. No, not at all. That's not where we're at right now. Right now, we're at learning the information and putting into effect the parts of it that you want to, and you want to work towards, and whether that's in a number of areas at the same time, or one at a time, it doesn't make any difference. It's between you and the next level, not anybody else. And that's one of the problems that we would have if we were living in the same area, well, not in the same area, but not in the same place, but the same area. That's what all people have that kind of, I think, but there's ways of working through things. Anyway, I'm getting way off the track. What I can try to talk about regarding what Kathy Southwestern said. So I'll read the next thing there. Also, gravity has a profound impact on time in that it slows it down. Oh, yeah, I see that. Huh. Living 900 years. Maybe gravity was different back then. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I hadn't thought of that. That's cool. Yeah, cool. Trying to think if Tienda talked about that kind of perspective. Well, they did in the sense that they said that time in the next level was by events. And then you can see that, they were teaching right from the beginning of the civilization to relate to the spheres as our clock. So they were staging the events. And then, okay, so an impact on time, yeah. It's an interesting. It's like maintaining the frequencies, right? The frequency that becomes that electromagnetic field, that is the electromagnetic field of the planet, I guess, right? And how that's got both poles of the magnet, pushing and pulling as a part of it. And so even Jesus taught that you needed to press your way into the next level, into the kingdom of God. It took work, and yet there's a whole bunch of Christians that say that Jesus did it for you, and that it's even wrong to think that you can earn your way into the kingdom of God. That you receive the kingdom of God because you accepted him into your heart. And his words, or certain words. It becomes very, very diluted and distorted from reality. And so it might be one of the hardest addictions to conquer, the addiction of self to one's interpretation of reality based on the past. When the culture's changed and the language has changed and to where, they use the word God is written down all the time, right? But it was really deity. Deities, even plural actually, it could be either way. One or more deities. And Elohim was a plural term. And yet, they wanted everybody to believe there was only one God, one true God. And there's only one true direction to the creators of the planet. But there's many paths to the top of the mountain. And, so whether our path is to, you know, well, we can get lessons in all the paths. Doesn't make any difference, whether it's a career thing or a social vein or or an economic attempt or seeking fortune, building an empire. Or you're thinking in terms of building a organization and leading something, like the Hillary Clinton said, she just wanted to lead something. She just wanted to lead something. Wow. I understand, that's, we all can have degrees of that, right? Just want to be somebody, even subconsciously, right? Like I used to want to be Mick Jagger in my basement. I didn't think in terms of wanting to be him. I was just acting like him, holding a phony microphone in my hands and dancing around to his music and singing those words. Right? That's like our imagination of what we want to become, what we build for us, what's built for us too. So that's the thing. We're being influenced by the negative force as well as the positive force. The next level keeps a balance. But the balance is designed to, I believe, have different degrees of difficulty periodically, and it's happening much faster now. It's been happening faster at least since 2017 from my observation, but actually even so from 2013 I saw a lot of these pictures were from around the 2013 area and between that and 2017. And there's a lot more where these came from. And I'm not saying that they're all accurate. Look at this one that's the Borg, and this one that's this mosaic. The sun supposedly looked like this, is my understanding. I don't know about this Borg one. This one might have been like an asteroid. I forget. Let me see the mosaic. So the square Borg object. That's all I said about it. But we have seen square objects that were a surprise, like above the sun. And so when I saw that first, and then I've heard, and the New Jerusalem was described as a square of 1,360 miles square, approximately, which is the size of from like the Mississippi to and into Canada up to like Edmonton to the West Coast. Of North America and the United States. Which I realized when I was studying scripture in the early 2000s, for the first time really, that and then in 2015 when Pluto was looked at close by the New Horizons spacecraft, and it saw those four rectangular shaped, equidistant from one another, seemingly, bars or spots. They weren't round. I always think of spots as being round. My own hang-up, I guess. But they were rectangular shaped. I said that already. So anyway, but they looked black with the rest of the planet showing signs of, different elements. A big white spot on it. So I wondered, when I saw that, I wondered if that was like a membrane to get inside of the planet. I mean, Tiendo drew it as a louvered door in the movie script that they started to have illustrated. And I just changed my screen so you all can, who haven't seen this before, can see it. So these images, the top left corner was the Earth Lab, and then beneath it is the Earth Lab from the outside view, and to the right is the Earth Lab from the inner chamber, and then where there's a conference going on, a digital conference of some sort, and then above that is the weather lab. Looks like a big circular hurricane, which is a spacecraft that's very large and is monitoring the weather events on the planet that they're in charge of monitoring and instigating. Taught that at the next level used tornadoes that way as a, but also, hurricanes, all the, I'm not saying that there aren't a certain amount of automatic hurricanes that take place. There may be. And it may be, maybe kind of I suppose they can stimulate them. I don't doubt that that's possible. I mean, they can drop a big rock that simulates a lot of stuff. And then to the right of the top weather lab is the inside, the view of inside Pluto before you get to, which looks like it has an atmosphere. You notice that it's got clouds in it. It's like an inner Earth. It's an inner Pluto. Houses is a container for this as one of the rooms, potentially, or maybe the only room. Maybe they don't need anything else but a conference room in Pluto. Tiendo did say at one point that they were from headquarters. So maybe this is headquarters. I don't know. The reason I say that I don't know is because what I'm saying I don't know about is that Tiendo said that this movie script and the illustrations were fiction based on the truth. So they knew they were fictionalizing it to some degree, but they also said that spacecrafts, well, that a spacecraft can be as big as a planet. course, we can't limit anything in the next level. Anything, if we say that that's not possible, then um, we have the option to say that, but it doesn't mean it's accurate. But there might be some things that are. I know there's relative impossibility, of course. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not a great thinker like that anyway, so I'm not going to try to go down that thread. Let's see here. Right, so people living 900 years, Kathy Southwestern, you're taking off, so you may be gone by now. But I don't know if there's anything else they said about gravity. And then Shinub, a dog, says, glad I caught this live stream. Always find them enlightening. Thank you. You're welcome. My pleasure. And 78 Sound, hello. Well, I guess I want to keep on going with all the things that Tiendo taught. And to do that, I want to do something here. Yeah, I wanted to change my screen so that you'd have something to read. Because I was going to go, I don't know. Well, I was starting on the list of, let me put a different screen up here. Go back to my, I'm not a predictor of time frames for anything, but I think there is likely maybe this is what we're seeing is an escalation period before a more major event, which the more major events I believe are outlined in that might seem to be outlined in both Revelation 8, 9, and 10, and in Revelation 16, and also 16, 17, 18, and 19. They're all where right now we're in the midst of 13, I think, for the most part. No, 13 and 14 at the same time. I'm sorry. 13, 14, and May, right, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's like a block of, seems like to be a block of 4 parts of the next level's phase, however many phases there are. I don't know, just kind of thinking about that in a scriptural context. But so the thing that, let me go back to that. Okay, let's see here. I'm just reformatting my screen a little bit here. Okay, let's see here. Okay, it's taking forever here to do this. Sorry about that. Now let's see how I can make that even bigger. There you go. Sorry, I didn't have this ready. All right. Oh shit. Oh, I keep on doing that. All right, I'm sorry I'm so clumsy with this right now, but at least I got it there on the screen, I guess. Um, what am I doing here? Okay, so this is a document on my blog, sawyerhg.wordpress.com, and what it's talking about is all the things that members of the group were uh, exposed to that became little and big tests to pass or not. Although they weren't taught to us that we were being constantly tested, that's what ended up happening. With the object being to filter out those that wanted to be the cream of the crop. Okay, now they didn't talk about that as like in a meeting like that way, but they were honest about that it was not a recruitment process, but it was a capturing of human vehicles, like the way that a rancher would capture wild horses, and then trying to offer them training and sophistication and everything that can go with that, according to the master, and the horses that reject that training, then they end up being released back into the wild, and so that becomes a dropout from the program, like myself. Although it doesn't mean that's the end of the program for me, because it takes on a new environment. The way that we're all in the same environment now, and to where the task is to stand up for T and Do if there's something that what they teach makes sense to us, and that can take many forms. So this document here is based on the podcast. Which I'm not going to play. Okay, so Frank's statement used in a misleading way. Okay, the setting here is there was a Heaven's Gate series of podcasts done by Pineapple Street Media, and which was a beautiful production, in my opinion, even though it painted some pictures of tea as it gave me the opportunity to speak to those pictures of tea that people had. And so to learn more about what tea was really like by everything that T and Do taught and did. And of course, the best way to do that is to listen to the tapes, the audio tapes that are both T and Do talking together to their class. The people that said they wanted to be committed to giving them our will, In fact, that was one of the first things that happened in approximately 1978, is what I kind of think, was that when they had a meeting and they said, you all need to T said it, you all need to give us your will. Give us your will. And Doe told us after T left her vehicle that when she said that, she told Doe that she thought she was going to lose half the class because of saying that. And the numbers did go way down. But they also, they sent, people say that, because T and Doe said certain things, and quite a few things, or demonstrated certain things, that they changed. You can't say that they didn't come true unless you look at the potential explanation that demonstrates that it wasn't a matter of true and false. It was a matter of true in different ways. And we see that because we see the evidence in the records to some degree, but even more so in the behavior, because they were never promoting human behavior. And that's why you can see that what the behavior is there for us humans to think about. The only other place we can think about there being different behavior than the human kingdom is on another planet, I think, or in a previous civilization. In history, we can think of it that way, yes. But, like in sections of empires. But they all have the same characteristics of mammals and predators and victims and of all those souls that can be growing through those behaviors. Even in an electromagnetic way, to where the whole spirit, the mind of the planet is, it has pockets that are for saving, for future operations on the planet. So when I first realized that that's what T and Doe were talking about when they said that spirits were saved into buckets, or Doe would say being put on ice, but not literal ice. You know what? Those two analogies that came at different times, as I recall, or even repeatedly, can look like a bucket with ice in it. And then you can say, well, because that's the wine, maybe. Because the wine and the oil are treated differently. Like right now, we can be part of the oil still, I believe, by our choices on how fast we want to move towards becoming employed by T and Doe, and then seeing what happens by our intention and expressing that intention to them, and then asking for, to be shown how to do that. And then examining the ideas that come to us, whether they are promoting a positive change, in the things that we want, It's not like you're supposed to look for a certain kind of positive change. No, well, uh, well, I'm not going to say the way it works for me because that might be seen as baiting somebody. But we can think that we receive. Well, I don't think it's baiting. I think because I'm not trying to bait anybody. But the way it works for me a number of times, I believe, which of course is a perception, that one could say, is becomes like a basis of faith when we have more and more of those perceptions. Doesn't have to be, I mean, more and more bigger ones. I don't know if it's based on numbers, but that whatever happens or is said or I hear or think, when I'm looking at something, all of a sudden I get a thought about something. Uh, it, it comes with me. To me, it comes with, I wonder if that was from the next level, that idea. So it never becomes something that is, that's God talking. No, that would be the way the lower forces would do it. Now, people might have things in their dreams. The more and more they look into this information, they are attracting the attention of the next level. They have ways of knowing what we're thinking. Well, not knowing what we're thinking so much, but knowing what we're doing. Let me put it that way. Because they don't invade us to see what we're thinking. I'm not saying they can't. And if we ask them to, if we want them to invade us, then it's not an invasion. And the way we ask isn't just isn't words, isn't the way we ask, the greater way we ask. We ask by desire to know the truth about something. We're actually asking the next level for that help, especially when we think of it as that the source of it is in the distant heavens. I mean, Tino were asked if there's fun in the next level. Fun in the next level. And if you have fun, with online games, you're going to have fun in the next level. And online communications. I mean, if you like laboratories where there's biology happening and chemistry happening, you're going to have fun in the next level. If you like geology and anthropology and all of it, everything on human kingdom, but it's from a different perspective of the ones that are responsible for all that coming to be and helping spirits develop so that they can produce vehicles, human flesh vehicles, that can be a match for a soul that was saved for future opportunity to finish its overcoming of humanness process, conquering of human, getting victory over the humanness process, are all part of victory depicted by the lion being the victor, with his roar is what the seven thunders are made from in the Revelation 10. The roar from the tribe of Judah, because that was the strain that ended up becoming mixed into a lot. I don't know how far mixed it is. to where we all probably have part of it. I would say we all have part of it. Well, I don't know if there's different branches, so because Tino said that the next level had different projects on the planet with the population, with the geology, with a number of things, and so in monitoring the environment. So and trying to bring upgrades. So projecting ways of thinking, and that was with science fiction, getting us to think about outer space as being someplace to have habitat. As early as the Jetsons, right, and before that, Bleep and Blip. I remember watching as a kid where they would go zipping around. They were like these little objects with cute faces. Like comet objects or meteor type objects. Without the fire in this, just the coloration, the skiing, the trails. They were a figment of somebody's hallucinatory experience. But that's what science fiction does, is it gives us ideas about reality, things that can potentially be reality. And that's the way the next level is cultivating the garden in order to acclimate people to evolving into seeing the next level as a natural step to take, so that when they send their teachers incognito, undercover, in other words, the ability to see them is covered up, even though they're physical, plasma-like physical, at least. There can be other kinds of physicality, I think, that they can shield us from experiencing or recognizing or seeing, of course, seeing being the primary way of keeping us unaware of something. But they have that technology. Tiendo said that the next level worked close with the hospitals, where a lot of people were dying from, in order to sort. I mean, it sounds like it's so. It's not emotionless. It's a joy to do the work, but it's also the next level students get to work with people actually, and they grow to love them, especially the ones that are trying to grow in their direction. It's not like that's why they say, they loves us all. Well, they love us all by giving us all the opportunity to have life. Knowing that we wouldn't do the things we did if we knew better. If we really knew the next level, then we would have, the more we know the next level, the easier time we have with certain disciplines. And of course, when we're in the environment to where we're surrounded by things that have nothing to do necessarily with the next level in terms of growth, because they're different grades in school, then the than the people that are looking at they're looking outside the Earth for help. And you can think that we're doing that by wanting to be in a space program. And yeah, in a sense, it's that way, but I don't think they are looking for help, except by elements they might find. That's what Bush said, right? They would boggle the mind. They said they would be the lower forces would be bringing about the beast. Actually, would be bringing about showing great signs and wonders. Signs of what? And wonders of what? Well, I'll tell you one that I believe is a sign. Give my opinion about a wonder. The idea that humans can save the planet, no matter what they do. That's like thinking that the ants are going to keep your backyard from washing away from the storms in their anthill. In a flood. Now, I'm not saying that the next level looks at us as ants. Tino didn't teach that. They say they look at us like the way that people look at their pets. Like, for instance, but the two examples that they gave the most were dogs and horses. They can be graduating in spirit into the human kingdom. And spirit is actually more accurately in mind. In other words, their mind is more attuned to the human mind that are their masters, wanting to please them and enjoying the rewards. So that they can even think of themselves as being part of the family, and are thought of by the masters as being part of the family. Excuse me. Okay, let me scroll up on this document here. Well, I was going to read some of it for anybody that still that can't read it. But in this episode called The Seekers, it was the first episode of this podcast. It was 10 episodes in total. And very, very worth listening to, and also worth, I think, seeing what my blog posts were with that title or search on pineapple in my blog. Anyway, or ask me for it, and I could probably even send them to people, the files. But so I'm reading from that, saying that Frank's statement. Well, see, you don't know who Frank is, so he's an ex-member of the Heaven's Gate group before they were called Heaven's Gate, before we were called Heaven's Gate. I do explain that in here, actually, so I'll just read it. Frank's statement used in a misleading way and the background regarding having doubts in the classroom and how students were constantly tested on whether they wanted to be in the classroom or not, as they were always free to leave. So in episode 1 of the Heaven's Gate podcast, at the 8-minute mark, the host starts to go over a description of what some of the 38 students said in the exit videos they made days before laying down their lives. In the short intro, after students Melody and Junody's exit video clips are played, the host says some may even have had doubts at the end. So this is the order they were put. This little tiny clip was compressed, to say a few things very quickly as like an intro to what they were going to talk about. And so in that intro, they had the voice of somebody that didn't know who it was say some may even have had doubts at the end, talking about the exit video where Melody and Junody were talking in their different exit videos. And so it was implying that they were saying that some may have even had doubts at the end. That I hope they would fix that. So make it into a question that they were having, and then give evidence of it. I mean, some people say the evidence of that was that Liv Odie was shedding some tears, was crying. And students were laughing as she was crying. I don't know if those laughings were appropriate. I don't know what Tina would say about the laughing. It could have been, well, I think it was laughing because they knew that Liv Odie was very sensitive. Her vehicle. And she could have been feeling the pain of the people that were going to be in pain because of their choices. Like Melody said, we knew we were going to hurt people, but it wasn't their choice to hurt people. It was their choice to become members of the next level. And that's what that's part of the burden of breaking the roots. And the next level is working with all of us to that degree, in ways of breaking our roots. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with those roots. It doesn't. And those roots are how we get our lessons. That's why we need our vehicles now more than ever, because this is the lesson time for all the grades in school that are moving up. Tina said that right in the very beginning, that all grades in school were moving up in the human kingdom. Well, giving the opportunity to move up. Some were staying stagnant, not making any choices that are closer to next level behaviors and ways and understanding and reality. Like, in other words, not like, let's say when you see a problem, and you see somebody else being harmed by that problem, and you've got a product, uh, then what do you do to try to alert them to the problem and tell them they're trying to fix it and even take it off the market until they can try to fix it? Now, they have everything off the market is the problem. So they do have to uh, keep things in reason because they are trying to come up with solutions to very difficult problems. But then what happens is the way that turns into a negative is because of profits. And so they'll keep the mercury in the MMR vaccine as a preservative because they want to ship it with multi dose vials. And so as soon as you take the first dose out of it, you're breaking the airlock by a foreign object entering into the needle. So that's why it needs to have a preservative. And then that brings up this other subject of the coronavirus. I was trying to figure out whether, well, I was just interested to know how the virus moved from bats to humans. I just didn't know how that would work. Does a human have to be bit by it? That could be one of the ways, maybe. And so I wanted to know what their ideas were on that. And there was this article that talked about that it didn't come from that direction. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I'll post it on my Facebook page. But I began to automatically. I began to wonder if it was the result of vaccination testing, and then a little while after that happened, and we started hearing about it, like over a month ago, probably, or maybe less. I saw that gentleman on. Well, I don't know if he's a gentleman or not. Being silly, but the individual that does the Israeli News Live YouTube channel, he was talking about how it was like 10 years in the making of that virus, and they made it by trying to make it so that it would be attracted to grow in the Chinese DNA. Maybe even as a depopulation tool, he was saying. And I don't know, I've been very resistant to but then again, let's say resources get sparse. The more people that have access to resources, the more people there is to fight against for those resources. So it may be that that's what the kingdom is morphing into, mutating into, with the people that can afford it buying underground bunkers, like where the president of China ran to, which is probably like a small city. With access to transportation off the planet. Well, I don't know about off the planet, but out of the country. submarine. Well, I mean, it's not far-fetched thinking in my mind, but I mean, I consider all things that come to my attention as, and then I look at how there's any relationships that, like when we heard about the Zika virus that was causing encephalitis in Brazil, I think it was, uh, swelling of the heads and deformation of the heads as well, I think was part of that. And, there was a report right when that was happening that there was a test going on with genetically engineered mosquitoes to try to breed a mosquito that when it impregnated other mosquitoes, they would die. So poisonous mosquitoes to other poison. So I'm not saying that that's not doable, but who knows what happens when the mosquitoes that are genetically engineered by humans. Don't know how it changes the molecular composition to where the body would see it as a invader in some ways, and that can potentially invade in ways that the body's not used to fighting against. That's the idea of vaccination, to try to stimulate the body to learn to fight against that virus. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that technology, but it's like I said before, it's not fixing the problems. It's not even taking tally of the problems. They don't even get the reporting of a lot of the vaccination complications from the field. The CDC doesn't. In this day and age, how could you not do that? How could you not keep a database of everything? Or, I mean, they can keep a database, but they don't have to ever use it for anything. And so they can even do it for a show. And they can also keep it and use it and try to fix their products. But what they might run into is that they don't know how to fix them and keep them in the same product. So they try different kinds of flesh. I believe it was well known that they were using, for the AIDS virus, they were using cow material, I think, or maybe monkey material. That's what was reported for the experimentation in Africa and potentially in San Francisco for hepatitis B vaccination. The way we know about those things are through whistleblowers most of the time. Even though the mainstream media wants us to think that those are conspiracy theories started by kooks. But it's like, like Jesus said that all things would be known at this time period. In other words, the truth would be available. I believe they have an interest in us seeing the handwriting on the wall, that we live in a totally corrupt political and mental environment. And the only truth we get is when we extend our asking in some way into the heavens for what makes the most sense about certain things. It's like, is it really true that there are beings that, there are discarnates, and whatever the questions are, people can have those questions even without even verbalizing them, just by wondering about it. I think that wondering is like using the imagination in a sense. Imagining what's possible, imaging something. Like projecting like a radar signal out there and that beckons to receive something back. And can pick up a different signal coming back. Okay, imagine that the next level has a spacecraft that's physical and that radar bounces off of. Okay, but they can change their physicality so that it doesn't happen. Okay, so that I don't know what dissipates or goes right through him. I don't know. Just becomes like dust, maybe from a particle perspective, and Tiendo taught that there could be a planet in view of the surface of a planet in view of the Earth that humans can't see. That there are people that live there, and I mean it's obvious on the surface. Because the next level knows how to work with spectrum of light and its relationship with biology, or where next level vehicles are based more on a plant kind of body. That doesn't operate without the pilot. It's like a car won't operate without a driver. And even if the driver is a remote driver, that's in a sense what happens when the souls are actually assigned vehicles based on what the next level knows somebody has grown to gain more experience with. Because they said that we get to choose what department to go into. Some can choose to be in headquarters. Now, that doesn't mean that if they do get to headquarters that they don't move on to other tasks after working in headquarters for a while. Because they only graduate small amounts of people. There's only thousands of members of the next level, according to TMO. All right, so did some have doubts? Well, even if they did, they were overriding any of the doubts. They were like exercising the 51% of their mind. Doe called it, when you get to 51% to where you are making the decisions. then you don't have a doubt. And that's the way I felt about being castrated. I was not castrated, but I wanted to be. And I pressed Doe to allow me to do it. And when I had the chance, I was second in line to do it in one event. And I talked about this extensively. So if someone wants to hear more about it, I think it's published in my Sawyer story. I'd prefer not to take the time to go into that right now. Well, let me just say that I flipped a coin with sorority, and then sorority had the procedure, had a slight complication. We took him to the hospital. I did. I was with him in the hospital, and it was solved. Livoni did the operation, removing his testicles, and from the inside, opening up the sac and then snipping the two connectors to them, so the sac of his vehicles, that part of his vehicle, kind of blew up like the size of like a tangerine or something. I don't know. Anyway, but not fully around, but like half of a tangerine. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it better than that. Maybe a whole tangerine. Okay, but all I had to do is do a better job of venting. I guess Livoni. Well, I don't know. Better job is the word for it. But Livoni had some problem, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Livoni was blinded by something because they didn't want me to go next because they knew I hadn't overcome my sensuality yet in the way of sexuality. I have a lot of reasons for saying that. Because it caused Doe to put a halt on having mine done. But he asked me at the time, did you have any reservations about going through the procedure before we flipped the coin and to decide who would choose to do what? And I said no. My vehicle's not looking forward to it, but I'm overriding my vehicle. Not that I had thoughts. I didn't have thoughts of not wanting to do it. I just knew that my vehicle wasn't excited about it. I guess an instinct that the vehicles have about things. And we don't want to lose parts of our body. Even though the vehicle was pretty cooperative with me. For a long time around to that point. So anyway, let's see. So now I describe a little bit about Frank. Frank is the human name he uses to date. In the Heaven's Gate classroom, he was Andoti. Why did I put that in caps? I don't normally do that. He dropped out in, actually this is, my computer is really slow right now. Not even responding. We still, I'm not going to try to fix that then. Oh, because I'm in view mode here. Oh, that's why. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, so Frank is the human name he uses to date. I know him well, and he's my brother. I love him. In the Heaven's Gate classroom, he was Andoni. I already read that. He dropped out in 1993, about a year before I did, and has told me on several occasions over the years that he thought Doe diverged from what he had taught that led to leading the class into suicide because of Doe's alleged problem with his vehicle's homosexuality, if I recall correctly. That's the way he felt. This opinion can be linked to Robert Balsh's writings and conclusion that I believe I've read also from Benjamin Zeller as well. So then it goes to a clip of Frank saying it just felt, I'm talking about this clip that happened, if anybody just joined me, that happened in the Heaven's Gate video where they portrayed two students from the exit videos sharing a thought, what they shared in the exit videos, a little part of it, and then followed it with this thought that you don't know who's saying it. Some may even have had doubts at the end. And then it goes to the clip of Frank, recognizing him by his voice only, saying, because he's got a very distinct voice, saying it just felt that conflict of I'm scared shitless, but I'm going to do this anyway because I don't know what else to do. Now, what Frank was expressing then is what he felt at one point while he was in the classroom. He wasn't in the exit videos. And so to put those together was like implying that one of those students in the exit videos was scared shitless. Because they don't know what else to do. That's the exact opposite reason why if they had any doubts at all, which I'm not in their heads, so I can't say, they were overriding those doubts. They're choosing to override those doubts. You don't let those doubts don't translate to being something that's as insignificant as not knowing what else to do, whether you're going to lay down your life or not. Is this those people were actually brainwashed? Well, they were brainwashed, but they had to do it to themselves. They had to wash the humanness out, literally and figuratively, by stopping it, not thinking about the past anymore. That was one of the instructions we had right from the beginning. Block it out. I mean, once you say your goodbyes in your head, and you write a letter. I was encouraged to write back to family, and I did. I was encouraged by the students that I met when I first joined in Corvallis, Oregon, where I first met Tiendo at the meeting in Walport, Oregon. Anyway, so that's a way that the media can frame things to depict the opposite. Because if somebody's scared shitless, then they shouldn't be making that kind of a decision. I wasn't scared shitless when I made the decision to have my vehicle castrated. I wasn't scared at all. I was just uncomfortable with the procedure. But I don't like going to the dentist. I don't like going to the doctor. I'm kind of squeamish of all that, but I've gone through it many times. And I've had some pretty unpleasant experiences, but not like some people. And you can get toughened to it. Well, I don't know if you can get toughened to it or you cease being toughened to it by not being exposed to as much. But anyway, so anyway, that's my take on that, so to speak. So then I started to write a piece on doubts in the classroom and events that became filtering tests of who would stand up for their commitment to Tiendo and their overcoming of humanness process. And so I'm saying that here's a brief overview. Here's a brief overview of the events that led up to the many leaving the classroom because of having doubts. I called them tests and a type of filter because they were tests even though they weren't often presented in that way. If someone was on the fence with their full commitment, they served to face them with getting off that fence, one way or the other, leave the classroom or stay on and become stronger for doing so. Stronger in their program. It was a program to make us not human anymore. No, to not make us non-human anymore, to have us make ourselves non-human anymore. All they could do is give us the tools. If we didn't apply them, then we didn't grow in that way. So like if it was like we were already living in houses when, like I said before, when Tiendo said that we needed to be blocking out sexuality in our heads as well as not participating in it with our vehicles. Up until that, I guess it was okay to do that. I didn't do it at that time. I was clear of that battle for a long time, for years. Mostly clear of it. So, So doubts were expected. Let me move up a little bit here. Why does this keep on changing? It's so hard to just make this go a little bit. Oh. Anyway, all right. Then talking about the exit directly on 2 occasions. In August of 1994, after 9 months of giving public meetings, where we nearly doubled our numbers from the original 24 who had survived, which was the second and last wave of public interface in 18 years, Doe said in a meeting with all present something very close to, "It seems that we will need to exit our vehicles by our own hands." Take it upon ourselves to exit our vehicles, I think is how he said it. I think he did say by our own hand. So I'm going to keep on reading. A couple of weeks before then, we had the meeting where Doe provided us with a poster to use in what would become our last public meeting. For me, as an overseer of one of the groups, was near Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which is when the idea of self-exiting our vehicles was first introduced. Here is the poster. Well, you know what? Maybe I should post that. It reads, poster used in August 1994 entitled, "The Shedding of Our Borrowed Bodies May Be Required." This poster has not been used publicly before now. Poster is August 18th, 1994. And what it says is UFO 2 and crew said, now T and Doe and crew, Liberty and Jan already gave us this to use in the last meeting that we advertised for. Or the next to the last one. Somehow I think about being like in Worcester, Massachusetts again. But at the time. So we actually didn't use this poster. Then it says, but we had it. Because I remember telling somebody that I was going to leave by my own hand. I think I said that to somebody where I was asking for help with some food or something. They were curious about what we were about, and I said a little bit. Because I wanted to rise to the occasion. I was kind of like that, even though I wasn't really thinking it through. at that point, in my mind, everything was a positive. Now, when would it have been a negative for somebody to lay down their life? When they're not in Tiando's classroom, and to where you're keeping up with everything, and Do knows you, and knows what you want, and knows what your problems are, and areas are, and knows how you're fighting them. Sees the evidence of you fighting those problem areas. Because it wasn't to Doe's benefit for his legacy or something in the human kingdom to have anybody join him that had something about them that was not in favor of it, but was just going along for the ride to the last minute, which is what Rio was doing. I'm not saying it was wrong of Rio to do that and to think that way. I'm not even saying it was conscious while he was doing it. But he talked about it in his book, which was written, published in 2007, I believe. Then it says, if you want to leave with us, you must be willing to lose everything of this world in order to have life in the next. Cling to this world and you'll surely die. And that applies to right now as well. Cling to the world, meaning putting our allegiance to the beast. This poisonous animal that would say that the next level doesn't exist. That's the poison. The animal isn't the enemy. They just don't know what they're doing. Or they wouldn't be saying that the next level doesn't exist to other people publicly. Because that's planting seeds that are not true. It's plain and simple like that. And that's just one example of or people that are saying that the next level is everywhere in everybody, and we just have to accept it. Accept our divineness. And so that's making ourselves into deity, which is not true. We're not deity. We're at best like canines and horses. That we just have technology and we can talk pretty well. And we can commit a lot to memory. And we can understand concepts, and we can be artistic, and we can be all these wonderful things, actually, that we have been given. By no efforts of the human kingdom, we have all this. That's a fact. People want proof that the next level exists. Their life is proof. How you can look at the human body and all its parts and not be amazed by it is because you've become so accustomed to it as the norm that you haven't had any thoughts that that's science. You're talking about science, right? Yeah, right. It's talking about science. But not only science, I mean, the people in other cultures that are very in tune with their vehicles and know that the kind of thoughts they have can affect their health. Their health physically and mentally, of course. And Tiendo taught that as well. So what does he mean by leave with us? So does that mean we're left behind? The ones now that are talking, me and anybody else is here now? And I say no, because God didn't close the gate. He said there was a short window of opportunity still open. Now, short to him might be, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, but it's not a infinite amount. It's not a huge amount. It's not as much of as an age, I don't believe. An age is 2,000 years. I think that's safe to say. Because he wouldn't have said that, well, I mean, Jesus called it a little while. I don't know what those words actually could have been translated to differently. Might have, been a short period of time, might have been part of it, which could be, to the next level, a day is 1,000 years. So in that perspective, it's a short time, but it might be 1,000 years to us. So we're not doomsdayers, people that believe in T&O. In the sense that it's causing us to make rash decisions. Like what's happening with the Democratic Party and all their plans that have different dollar amounts put towards saving the planet, as Bernie Sanders put it. See, he's made it into a religion. It's out of reach for us to conceive of that our little changes, even if duplicated by everybody on the planet, was going to stop the weather and the earthquakes and the volcanoes and the hurricanes and the tornadoes and the ice storms and the melting of the glaciers, that there's some evidence is coming from underneath the seafloor through vents of hot water, warm water. That was reported just the other day. I think in either the North Pole or the South Pole, one of the biggest glaciers that they say exists. I guess I should finish reading the poster. And the reason they're saying you'll surely die is, so leaving with them also meant people that never even heard about Tiendo. But see, that came later in Doe's mind, the way he expressed it, as three different types of people that could go with him. In other words, leave, and the rest would be recycled. So he says you must be willing to lose everything in this world in order to have life in the next level. So willing is both in mind and body. In other words, you're willing it to happen. Now, the pace that it happens can be a lifetime. But it can be fast, too, to have the willingness. Doesn't mean you're going to lose everything in this world. Well, you will eventually if you continue with it. Whether it's in this lifetime or in a future lifetime, if the next level wants to save souls for a future opportunity. And it could even be even if we're saved to be used in spirit, then our spirit ends up potentially becoming part of what goes into the genetics of a new vehicle that can be used by a member of the next level to take over, to be given a soul and birth it and into next level membership and get a next level vehicle assigned. So either way, it becomes a positive to start to go in this direction. And there's nobody that's going to benefit from it. I'm not going to know about who it is. Nobody needs me to be their lecturer. I think I can add to the whole subject according to what people have questions about. And that's what I'm addressing here, because the subject came up of things that T said in the beginning and Do said in the beginning that changed. And there were many of them. But it takes me forever to go through these things. So then the points are in this poster, because that was all like the introduction to it, is what they believed. And they say that the crew says they are from, Crew says they are from another time, an evolutionary kingdom level far above human, what humans refer to as the kingdom of God, where creation originates. They admit to an undercover presence for more than 20 years. The people putting this meeting on is what they're saying. Their bodies as containers were picked and prepped by others from their world, beginning as early as the late 20s. Though they've been bringing in crew members in soul bodies from their spacecrafts, UFOs, on Earth's surface since the early 70s. The first wave in mid-1970, the second and final wave in the early 1990s. So we're still in that final wave. Early 1990s, for them to individually begin incarnating or taking over those prepped bodies. Each crew member has taken over an adult human body, the two crew instructors first, who subsequently gathered and assisted other crew members in gaining control over their chosen human bodies. They say that this planet is ruled by malevolent adversary races of space aliens, and has been for the most part since the immediate civilization's beginning. They say that the representatives from their time nurtured a number of human strains in the early stages of this civilization, and later sent two representatives, the younger of which was incarnate, 2,000 years ago, for a brief visit with a small crew in training to attempt to expose to the humans their enslaved predicament, while even offering them a way out. They say that Earth's humans are unknowingly even more enslaved today. The malevolent aliens use psychological warfare techniques to keep Earth's human bound in a state of regression while thinking they are advancing. To keep humans bound in a state of regression while thinking they are advancing. This visiting crew states that their world is a genderless, sexless, non-mammalian, though certainly not non-reptilian, crew-minded, service-oriented world that finds greed, lust, and self-serving pursuits abhorrent. They say that they can explain how their numbers periodically may increase and how new members can be born in a human body, its soul awakened out of dormancy, and can use that human body as its cocoon or chrysalis for its next world body, what some orientations refer to as glorified body. Their world's members do not seek independence, but to look entirely to their older, more experienced members. On up the vine to the chief of chiefs. Now, as they prepare to leave, they are more open about their purpose, since possible adverse reactions by this world to their knowledge and behavior can no longer interfere with their mission. They say that they may be required to discard their undercover costume, their borrowed human body, as they depart, leaving their chrysalis behind. If their father does not require this disposition of them, he will take them up into his cloud of light spacecraft before such laying down of bodies need occur. Any who would be born into their world must willingly break all their ties to this world, forsaking all human mammalian behavioral traits. The physical bodies in their world are, in comparison to human bodies, incorruptible and imperishable, non-decaying. Now, see, this is where it gets heavier, right? I mean, this is heavy talk. What does it mean to willingly break all the ties to the world? Leaving everybody behind? Well, yes, we need to know what the goal is, because that's the truth. No matter how hard it is to conceive of, that's what will help us in the future as well, even if we never do much growth in this direction. Well, it might not become that much of a stamp then, so that future generations will recognize the same truth, like in a future civilization, to become good vehicles for the next level returning crew members. Or it can even become that people I'm talking to right now can become next level crew members. Even during this lifetime might be a potential. It's up to them. Tina always said that there's no limit to growth. The next level doesn't hold people back. I don't know what that means, in terms of, I think what it means is saying to the next level, make me putty in your hands. I trust you. Help me find the direction, I'm not trying to give people prayers. And I'm not trying to say the things that people should say. It's in your own words. But the point is to ask the next level for help repeatedly, and then watch how that help happens. I think is a positive thing that everybody can do. And they won't ever have you harm anybody else or yourself or your vehicle. In fact, they would want your vehicle to be healthy and live for a longer time even, so that you can share that reality that you end up becoming recognizing of more and more. That can mean so much to us. That is the greatest love that we can have for another human being, is to be willing to look bad so somebody else can grow to be good. In other words, there's going to be a lot of people that will tell you, that's, how could you believe that from that person? He murdered those people. He led them. They wouldn't have done that without him, and that's true. They wouldn't have done that without him because he was required to be there. That's why we don't do it now. Still, I'm not saying that there couldn't be somebody that the next level would decide was an exception in that regard. I mean, they believed that humans had the right to euthanasia if the vehicle wasn't serving them, so that they could have lesson opportunities. If the vehicle can't do anything, it doesn't have any desire to do certain things, then it can't overcome those desires if those desires aren't available. So that's why we need to some degree, but then for somebody that's a new student to this, no, they would want to, I believe, isolate more from the world when they've had all those experiences that they've had in the world. As opposed to the way that I came into this world very quickly, when I was 24 or 5, joined with Tiendo, and then I left them when I was, I think, like 44, 19 years later, 25, 35, 44. Yeah. So, and then started to get into the human world and had a family, and so my lessons were coming in different ways. And so when we experience breakups in relationships, that's potentially enabling us to be on our own in relationship to dough at a distance. The same kind of relationship we would need to learn to do a task like Doe had in the future after graduating, but that we get to taste now by standing up for Tiendo as our task, our prime assignment of task. And along with that task, it's take control of the horse. And that's, to degrees, and it's going to, have its times where it's easier and times where things that are harder. And if you fall off the wagon in any area from what your goal is, not letting that be a reason to stop trying to get back on the wagon. I got to finish reading this. Then I might bring this to a close. Okay, I read that. Oh, I was in the right place there. Okay, they feel strongly that all visitations from the evolutionary level above human have been corrupted by the malevolent space alien races into binding human religions. As soon as those next level members departed, talking about them when they left, that by that time that had taken place, so that the religions are all now killers of souls because they're keeping us from advancing into seeing more of the reality of the next level. Then the next point on the last point on this poster was this crew claims that the level above human is in the process of recycling Earth's environment and inhabitants in preparation for a new beginning. So that means it's happening right now. They believe it. And I think all these things can be taken to the bank. Now, I suggest that, individuals that want to see all these different examples of how by Tianda changing ended up becoming filters of people that had doubts, that wouldn't be able to go the distance if they didn't find a way to deal with those doubts and overcome their influence. And Tiando encouraged us to have the doubts every so often. I mean, it wasn't real often, and I can maybe think that we did it 3 times during the time that we lived in houses. So that was from 1980 to 1985, or actually when T was in her vehicle, I'm talking about. I already scrolled through this. So I talked about the doubts and the laying down of lives. That's why I got to this point to where I showed the first time I came up with that poster. So it must actually, that tells me that this poster was dated August 1994, August 18th. And it might have been September when they brought that up to us at the end of all the meetings, because that poster was being considered to be used before the meetings. Before the last meeting, or last meetings, even plural. But I think it was just the last meeting. The one that I was part of, the group that I did the meeting with, was at that time was in about an hour west of Portsmouth, southwest of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. All right, I think I haven't been to the chat room in a long time. I'm sorry. If you all have questions or comments that I haven't been following with you. Oh, wow, there's a lot of things Kathy's been saying. I guess you've been coming back and forth, huh? Uh, okay, so Kathy says, can you also discuss abductions, specifically if any students had abduction stories? Like I mentioned via Facebook, that I do not believe the next level would let the lower forces abduct students. Right. I think that's true. When Tiendo said that the space aliens uh, didn't have the ability to um, steal away the vehicles where souls were deposited into that could be used by returning souls to take over to finish their task of conquering the human kingdom's root system. So I think that so nobody had abduction stories that I ever heard. I think maybe somebody had a UFO story, but I don't remember it. If they did, they did have us tell stories like that on a couple occasions where we talked about the past and things that we thought were kind of significant events that we might have experienced. Not everybody said something. It wasn't required. It was during a meeting with T and Do both present. I talked about an LSD trip I had where I hallucinated the sky opening up and light coming through it and taking my friends. I was walking around this field that was like a garden area, the Planting Fields Arboretum in Suffolk County, New York, near Huntington. Anyway, and whenever I would go there, when I was 17 or 18 even, uh, I would take acid or mescaline and smoke, of course, weed and hash. But and so we would walk around, my Jewish friend and this other friend of mine, who was I guess from a Christian background. We'd walk around barefoot during the summer, everywhere we went, and and this is like in New York and Westbury, in the city areas. Well, semi-city, suburbs of the city. I wouldn't have gone to Manhattan barefoot, although I think I probably did walk barefoot around Manhattan and maybe wash my feet in the fountains. But anyway, don't know why I'm getting into all that, but just distraction. But so in this experience, we were carrying Bibles also, but I didn't read them. Isn't that funny? We carried the Bible, but we didn't read it because it was cool, I guess. We thought. And this was a Jewish person too, who wasn't raised with the Bible. Well, I mean, yeah, he wasn't raised with the Bible because he wasn't that devout. I don't think. I think they went to synagogue every Saturday. Yeah, but I don't know if they did anything more than that. But and that individual said he had a dream. His name was Mark, And he said, I had a dream that I was one of the apostles or something. But I know I didn't think of that myself that way. I mean, when he said that, I wondered if I was. My vehicle was, I didn't understand vehicle and separation of spirit and vehicle at that point, hardly at all. Though I believed in it, evidence, I believed in, otherworldly realities, like the spirit, and I was given the lessons on that from an early, that became the reason I quit marijuana. I've told the story before, and I've written it in my blog, so I'm not going to go into it now, because I do want to get to back what Kathy was talking about. So abductions, okay. So I already shared what I thought about that. Tiendo talked about that. Well, they also talked about that the space aliens need new vehicles to occupy, to take over. Because and so they have a hybrid program. And that's how they knew that there were space aliens among us that weren't next level members in some of the spacecraft sightings, because they knew the next level didn't do reproduction on their spacecrafts. I mean, they grow the humans in their habitat. And Kathy says, I'm curious, you mentioned the class and wheatgrass. Do you guys ever do barley grass? That's what I'm switching to right now. I feel like my body does not need to cleanse. I feel like my body does not need to cleanse or detox anymore. Yeah, you do that as you feel, detox and not detox, and you'll probably reach a balance between what you might think are not as good for you to eat and things that you think are better to eat, to fill your diet with. But I think there's an advantage to trying to limit the amount of so that your foods are regularly detoxing, like the Transfiguration diet does that. Now, I'm not the judge of how much of that you want to do and when. That's for you, of course, to decide. And but even returning to it periodically, like they say breakfast, right? So maybe doing a fast of breakfast. In other words, instead of having sausage and eggs for breakfast, or just eggs for breakfast, have fruit. But then in the lunch meal, if you want to add meats and things or whatever, add some, and then keep the portions down, which will keep the mucus down, and keep up with the cayenne pepper if you can. I think you can do that throughout. I've gone through a lot of experience with the cayenne. And it is to be recognized, its power is to be recognized in the body. So I started taking enzymes. because I wasn't exactly following food combining that well for the maximum digestibility of foods. I've been mixing seeds with, like sunflower seed butter with apple and banana. That's been my breakfast, like a mash of that. That's, quite a bit, like a pint. Might be more than that. It might even be as much as a quart sometimes. Uh, I don't remember ever using barley grass, so no. But that doesn't mean that there's not a value to using that. But we did grow sprouts and put them into our salads. Also, keeping a lot of greens in your diet is always a big plus because it ends up being the broom to keep things regular. Especially if you're not eating a lot of meats. Well, meats can be constipating because they're slow to digest also. So, but then they can give you more energy for a longer period of time. And then you can use the Burroughs cleanser as like an energy drink. Really good for hiking and things like that. Even though I know you need carbs also for doing a lot of that. Sugar. Well, that's what the maple syrup does in the Burroughs cleanser drink. We used it that way too. You could just have one in replacing a meal is what they did it, the way they did it. So once in a while, Junoti would skip a meal. I never did. I should have tried doing it. I was too addicted to feeling the sensations in my gums of food after we had been on liquid diet for so long. It was really like, wow, this is so good when you were chewing again. Even though we were taught to chew our liquids down in order to put the enzymes in them to start breaking down the carbohydrates in the mouth. Using the master cleanse, yeah. Anyway, so I've been wanting to get your thoughts on the coronavirus. All right, that's a good idea. I did talk about that a little bit. I'm gonna have to get some water though, because I'm so dry. Hold on a second, please. I read this article that said that bats weren't the bats and some other animal. I think it's some other animal that infected the bats. That no, no, some other animal infected humans somehow, that was infected by bats. That's my understanding of how that happened with the coronavirus. But it was interesting that, I wondered if it was vaccination related or genetic engineering related, which go hand in hand together as they're developing viruses and things. And they often experiment with and actually use in the vaccinations uh, uh, animal products like eggs. And so, and cow, and I've heard some reports of monkey DNA. So then, so I wonder if it's human created actually. Um, some people, are taking it further than that and saying it's a plot to depopulate that was designed to affect the DNA of Asian people. Like, which I can imagine that could be possible. But I don't really dwell on that kind of thinking, but except to know that it's possible even from a space alien perspective. Potentially, I don't know if they want people to die off, like I was talking about before, like so there are less people to fight over resources if they become scarcer. So it was interesting that it was named, for crown, which is also um, the force around the sun is the corona, right? Is the exterior of the sun, and how crown is also depicted as what the Luciferians have, and in controlling the kings of the world, kings and queens of the world, and other royalty of the world. That's those who represent the beast. The beast has 7 heads and 10 horns, and I believe the G7 are the heads. The United States is one of them. It was wounded. Revelation 13 talks about how the head was wounded and healed. And as far as we can tell, the United States has healed from the 9/11 events. Everything's back in order again. They got a new building over there and everything else. So, of course, that was a wound to the head of the beast. And then the 10, the G10, which are the financial ministers who are in charge of funding the militaries. I believe the G10, I just said that, but which are called 10 horns. And horns were commonly thought of as being the instruments of battle between mammals. Battles for dominance that the humans were doing with one another. And it talked about in Revelation 6:8 that this was the time period of the green horse following the red Bush endless war horse and the Obama black financial collapse horse and Wall Street financial related collapse that happened in 2008, endless war that started in 2001. Or in 2000, actually, is when it was first fostered, or 1997, actually, when the first documents were written calling for a two-front war. Documents were rebuilding America's defenses. And it was written by the Committee for the New American Century. With signatories of Dick Cheney and Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, I believe. Starting to get pretty tired. So one of the ways of dying was there's going to be famine. It's not going to be easy looking at the human kingdom. But we all have to deal with losing our vehicles' lives, and so it's beneficial that happens because it shocks us out of our comfort zone. And each individual that dies can have a relationship with the next level to some degree, to where the next level will choose to save those spirits and souls for future opportunities to evolve. So it's not a negative, but I understand, when you're going through it, that's going to be the hardest time to see it. And I don't think I would be any different than everybody else that's going through things like that, or going through these, big climactic events like hurricanes and tsunamis and volcanoes and tornadoes and war. But war, well, with all of them, we get the chance to leave the areas that are going to be the hardest hit, evidenced by where the areas are that are so far the hardest hit. So I'd migrate away from the Ring of Fire. That means away from California. I talk about Monsanto because Doe and crew were building an earthship there, stuffing tires full of mud, and then using those to build walls. I don't think that was an accident. That's the last major project they did before putting the book together and the website for their exit. I don't think that's the only area that might be spared from some of the recycling for a time period, or who knows what, for when, They might be considered to be the meek who inherit the earth that Jesus talked about. Because there's no inheriting the earth until the graduation is over. Because there's no recycling until there's no rebooting of the school. starting the next school year. There's no summer. Without a period of time from when the school stops to when it starts again. It stops when we don't have the option to do these live streams because of censorship, or they make it too costly to do, so people can't afford it. Or there's too many different security checks on it, and people don't want to give that information away as easily anymore, because if they're declared a dissident in some way, they could be given less of a standing in the streaming. And other media forms. I don't know if it's going to go that way or it's going to be a sudden kind of end to it. Maybe both. So I guess I'm just going to quickly read the rest of these things on this quick list I made of all the things that became tests for people that changed. So I'm not going to go through the details of all of them. Each of them has a lot of details associated with it. So demonstration didn't happen, but still might, was the point of view that Tiendo expressed in 1976. After they said that they were shot down by the press, and that was the killing in the streets. And so that changed when they were going to be entering and how they were going to be entering the spacecraft. And I talked all about the different ways of seeing that in the book of Revelations in my videos on my site. Then T's exit before Doe. When in 1978 they talked about both of them leaving before, so that was like a hint that they might leave before the student crew. They treated that as a very serious meeting. They told us that if a spacecraft showed up and it wasn't them, not to get on it at that meeting, because everything that flies isn't necessarily from the next level. Then T's eye operation, the fact that she needed that operation, that she wasn't able to heal herself, could have become a stumbling block to some people. T's method of exit by cancer could have been a stumbling block for some people to see, when T was supposed to be God incarnate, right? God the Father, which I believe T's vehicle was serving T's mind in that capacity. Well, actually, not that capacity entirely, because she was only allowed to bring some of her mind for this task, because all of her mind wasn't needed for the task, and actually less of it was needed for the task, so that she would do certain things and say certain things that would provide options for people to choose to use to not join, which would mean that they hadn't received enough of the next level mind to recognize that that shouldn't be a reason to not keep on following the information. It's like, let's say you didn't believe in space aliens when you joined, but you did believe in spirits that had a reality. Well, because you believe in spirits, you're more open to believing that there could be space aliens among us who we can't see, because they're operating in their soul bodies, or have some kind of cloaking mechanism. Anyway, but or can give us a drug or something, so that everything seems like it's a dream to us, our vehicles. And so there's just certain things that some people are going to not have a problem with and other people are, until there's the straw that breaks the camel's back, which for Frank was when Doe talked about how maybe the way that the Koreshes were done in by the government might be the way that we leave, which Doe was exploring that at the time. And this was after T left her vehicle, that idea. And when he brought that idea to us, it was a test. It was a test for me, and it was a test for Frank, who expressed that in one of the Heaven's Gate podcasts. For me, I had the thought, well, what if, I didn't have any problem with the guns, but I thought, what if the next instruction was that we were supposed to kill somebody? Would I go that far with it? And I felt like disturbed about having that thought. And then I thought to myself, well, that's not going to happen. That there's some tests that the next level isn't going to put us through, even though they might do it at another time and place. Like maybe they did do that with Abraham, but he didn't do it. But if he was willing to, and he was really recognizing his older member, and recognizing that his older member created all these vehicles, and the system of designing these vehicles, and that nobody, then in that circumstance, I could see that Abraham might have made the right choice. I'm not saying he did. Tiendo didn't talk about that I'm aware of. But that might have also been a Luciferian that Abraham was listening to. And the next level could have stepped in to stop him, because the next level would have been watching him if he was staying connected to the next level to the best of his ability before that. But that the Bible, before the Gospels of Jesus' words, was also tampered with. So I don't know what parts were tampered with and what parts weren't, unless Tiendo talked about them. And they didn't talk about the Old Testament a lot less than they talked about what Jesus said. And they talked very little about what Jesus said in the overall time period of, maybe a half dozen or a dozen times, maybe more than that, making mention of something that Jesus said, or something in the records. Then then when the spacecraft didn't come to pick up the crew in 1980, T later told Doe privately that she felt like she had egg on her face because it didn't come when she said it would. Yet it might have come. We just didn't see it. And because of that, at least one student left. Now that student was there for the wrong for the wrong reasons. In order to complete the program, getting a ride on the bus that T&O used to call the spacecraft wouldn't be a reason to stay to see if that happens or not. So that's why I say that became a filter where someone like me, it didn't faze me that the spacecraft didn't come. It was like, okay, what's next? Because I had, my vehicle had, or whatever, that wasn't the major test for me. I experienced my major tests that challenged me later and in different ways. And maybe I had overcome seeing the spacecraft as being the object of my belief, as opposed to the thinking, behaviors, and ways that T and Do were teaching and demonstrating. And the killing in the streets, not being literal, well, it could have been literal. If the next level wanted to do it that way, if they wanted the teachers to exit sooner, and the students, some part of the students to exit sooner. But the word apokataino that was translated to kill is actually, apo means like separate, and kataino means to slay, or to kill, or to destroy in any way, can be the interpretation of the whole compound word. And it could also be translated as dying by separating by dying, or dying by separating oneself from their vehicle. Which can be related to self, because the second word after that, apokataino, is auto in the Greek, which can mean themselves. So it's like they separated by dying themselves. They killed themselves, which happens after they are subdued, the two witnesses. And they were subdued when they felt like the mission was dead, because it was told to the national media that Doe was a felon. But then when they said that they were killed by the press, they told students that, they explained to the students that they would fully understand if they didn't follow them, because the demonstration wasn't seeming to happen the way that they thought it was going to happen. And then most of them didn't have a problem with that. So they said, just what's next to do? And I was among them. I didn't have a problem with it. Even though I had studied the book of Revelations from when I joined, because I knew that they were saying they were the return of two witnesses, But I don't know if they ever said that at a meeting. They said 2 individuals have come. You can read statement on 1 again and see if they talked about it, because that's what we got at the meetings. And then when they were pressed for a time when we would leave, they said months. And then when they were pressed months later, they were pressed again. They said that they regretted doing this later and saying this, but they said not longer than 5 years. So then when it came around to 1980, when T scheduled the departure and it didn't happen, that became an open door for people to see that they were wrong on both accounts. They said that the next level sometimes blinded them to seeing certain things. The task involves being willing to have egg on one's face. Doe talked about that. T said that she felt like she had egg on her face when the spacecraft didn't come in 1980. Now, also, what's the difference between these circumstances where they said one thing would happen and something else happened, or something different happened, even though they didn't necessarily drop the old idea? What's the difference between that and the way that, like, Harold Camping predicted the end of the world in the 1800s, I think, and other people predicted the end of the world, actual dates? Well, they didn't give any dates. They said not longer than 5 years. So that was wrong, but they didn't make any excuses for it, for that time. But I didn't hear it directly, but somebody said that T responded to the change of not having a demonstration at one point by saying that the student body wasn't ready, which I could see some Christians saying that about their failed prophecies. But what's the difference is Christians want followers, and T and Doe didn't initially want followers. They were unhappy with it, and it says that in the 88 update document, and probably on Beyond Human series as well, because the next level doesn't need new members. So they thought at first that they were going to just tell the truth to people in meetings and then go on to the next town and do the same thing. And they ended up doing that, but they had people that wanted to join and follow them. So they said, okay, well, then I guess we just become Bo and Peep, because now we have sheep. When they told us we needed to give us their will, that T later told Doe in private that she thought she would lose half the classroom because of that. And that was like about 1978 when they told us that. They also separated 19 students from the rest of the group. And see, what other group does all these things? I know there's different groups that can say that they don't want certain people in the group because they don't get along with them, but that wasn't the reason. And in a sense it was, because those people weren't showing the signs of wanting to live by the rules of not having sex anymore and not smoking marijuana because some students were doing that still when we got to Wyoming. So those individuals and whatever the criteria was that Tiendo used were separated away from the group, and ended up many of them went back into the world. And some found their way back into the classroom, magically speaking, when we were really good at hiding. All right, so I think that's about it. I'm going to just check the chat room briefly, and then I'm going to bring it to a close. Let's see. So Dazer Star says, if Tiendo were biblical prophecies, then why did they have a relatively small impact on humanity as a whole? This is what doesn't make sense. Well, but you haven't seen the full impact on humanity as a whole. Jesus didn't have an impact on that many people. If you read the records, it says that at first he had 12 students, and then that expanded to 70 plus 12 potentially. So 82 or 84, and I wasn't counting necessarily female vehicles, but it might have been counting some. So anyway, that's where the 70 comes from, and the 70 has history back in the Old Testament in the Moses camp of being instruction given by Jehovah to pick 70 students to have a certain kind of task to help the others, to be like helpers. Anyway, but and then after Jesus left, however it happened, they had like 500 at one meeting or so, or maybe it was a different number, but it was in the hundreds. And then there was a depiction of 5,000 sometime after that were believers. Now that might have been Paul counting up his people in his different groups that he would be visiting, and Peter would be doing the same thing, and a number of the others were doing the same kind of thing. And even in different, then it went to different countries. And so the impact, we see it now as huge because it's had a lot of time. But it's also, that wasn't graduation time. It's now graduation time, to where the requirements were upped. Leaving all behind is the same requirement that Jesus had. And giving all your total energy to make your eye single is part of it. Big part of it. Not giving your energy away laterally anymore. No sexuality anymore. No marriage anymore. Because there isn't a reason for it. There's no propagation in the next level. they have physical bodies that grow for their members, but they're a celestial type of physical body that Paul talked about a little bit. It's different kind of flesh, not human flesh. Well, T and Do talked about that as well, but they didn't talk about it in terms of what Paul wrote. So, let's see what else. So, well, also the next level doesn't need a lot of, they don't need anybody, but they're smaller numbers, they're in the thousands, and according to T and Do, and they make it very hard to become a member because they only open up so many positions at a time. And some of the positions that T and Do said were opened up for some members were positions that the ones that were the dropouts had on spacecrafts, working for the next level in some elementary tasks. But there could have been some that were actually the next group of archangels. Archangels are like captains of angels. That's why Michael is considered to be a captain of angels, and that was probably the same soul that was in Do, that was in Jesus and Moses and Elijah and Enoch and Adam to start off the experiment of dealing with the lower forces, that they wanted everybody that was at the same kind of level of growth as the Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls to experience the pull of the negative force in their lack of having any further recognition of the reality of the next level as an evolutionary strata to graduate into, as opposed to thinking of them as just another space alien race they were in competition with, when there is no competition with the next level and the space aliens. Space aliens are grounded on Earth, and they're not space aliens anymore because they can only go into the near space. And that's why they taught to talk to the distant, the next level members in the Our Father in Heaven, among the stars. In the heavens meant among the stars, as opposed to just asking without any place in mind as being the location, because that sends a different kind of actually electromagnetic signal of some sort to their computer systems, so that they can recognize that somebody's light is turning up a little brighter. This is the way T and Do talked about it as happening. I'm not saying that's the whole 100% accurate, most accurate way of depicting it, but it works for now, for us. They would talk about how they didn't know everything and certain things worked for now, and that everything was a progression. You were building upon it. they have more of an impact than we can actually recognize, because the whole interest in outer space was because of Tiendo coming, because of the return of the Father and Jesus. That talks about it in John chapter 14, that we will make our abode with you, and that we would have new names in Revelation 3:12, and that the Son would tell us, the students, whoever chooses to be a student, talking about everybody now that chooses to be a student, tell us the name, show us the Father. And also said that, Jesus also said that he would show us the Father in the Gospels. And I think also in John chapter 14. And that they're all, and with the new names, they have a new song. That song ended up, they felt like they had instructions to take names that came from The Sound of Music, and so they chose Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do, and talked about the lesson program as being a piano roll, like Old MacDonald's farm. So there's the farm, the relationship to this being a garden. But they called it an experiment. And they said that it was an evolutionary step, but not like Darwinian evolution. See, all these things are little proofs to the people that really know Scripture. Can be. And there's many, many, many more. I know it's not easy to make sense out of. I suggest that to make sense out of it, we project our asking to our Heavenly Father. If we believe in a Heavenly Father, if we have some other terminology for God, then talk to that God. But make sure we're thinking about that God as being among the stars, because that'll get us out of because the spirits that love to be the God to humans. Just like you have preachers and gurus and other teachers that are teaching spiritual things, love to teach other humans. With the next level, they have a joy in doing it, but it's because of what the individual can become, not because they want to feel that. They don't do it for that reason. They do it because they had instructions to do that task from their older member. They want to do it for their older member. The greatest love is to give your all to somebody else. And when the older member is not present, then the greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself, as being the second greatest commandment that Jesus talked about. And so Tianda required all that. Jesus didn't have any children, but we needed to become like children to be his disciples. And that means we need to be trusting of our parents. In the human kingdom, you can't trust your parents necessarily. Automatically, certainly not. They prepared us for it being a physical kingdom when Jesus took a vehicle with him, a physical vehicle with him, to prove that it was a physical kingdom to people, give them a hint. Also, setting up a tent for Jehovah, allowing Moses to touch his side or his back, whatever part of that body he was. I doubt it was the thigh, but it might have been. I think it might have been the shoulder. But Tiendo didn't talk about that specifically. and they had a tent, and they prepared it to where they brought food to Jehovah. Why did they do all that? Just for the sake of doing it, or so that the chief priest could eat it? No, because some food they didn't. They destroyed. I don't know if Jehovah ate any of it, but might have the capacity to, because Jehovah was a person that was cloaking what they really looked like because the people couldn't handle it. And so cloud actually meant in Hebrew was covering. You're covering up for the reality of their spacecrafts, except for the occasions where they let certain individuals see a little more, like Ezekiel seems to have done. But where they got the idea of chariots of fire, sweeping Elijah away. His vehicle. Anyway, so I think I covered the sense of smaller numbers and a whole lot more that I hope can help you take a real good look at Tian-Do as being that second coming that so many Christians are believing is yet to happen. And it is still going to happen to where he's coming back again, but it won't be in the teaching time. The two witnesses were the teaching time of the woman in Revelation 12 is the father, and the son is Do, the footstool. No, well, the son, as in the celestial son, represents the father in astronomical thinking. It doesn't make them sorcerers. There's a difference between sorcerers and mind readers and all that kind of activity, and the realities that there are forces coming from all the planets that can affect one another in the solar system. So that the idea of thinking that the planets can describe to us certain characteristics of our vehicles is not out of the range of possibilities. Even though we only use astrology as a game, T said, use it as a game. Because she said it doesn't apply to you now because you're out of the world. All right, folks, I feel like I'm about to keel over with my energy level. So I'm going to let that be the last thing I talk about as I hit the 4-hour mark, 4 hours and 5 seconds. So good night, folks.